Good morning. I'm back again. Another Sunday morning. What did I call this thing? Chill Sunday morning coding. Also, the music's. There you go. Let it down a little bit more. Hopefully that's good. Alright, so. Starting off the day with some Minecraft mod development with Kotlin. And we have NeoVim. I did end up just, I'm not using the Docker setup from last time, just to make some things easier for myself. But I did take the config, that config folder, and just kind of moved it into my local home directory here on Windows, and set up NeoVim Qt. So we're gonna try this. I think I also need a terminal, don't I? Let's get that going. Here we go. All right. Well, we'll see how this goes. For instance, let's see, documents, Sabin's first mod template. We have some Gradle. Let's see. Can we run this? Yeah, that home directory doesn't exist. That Java home doesn't exist anymore. I gotta fix that. 1 second. Where did I install Java? Not there. Not there. Maybe on the other hard drive? That's definitely not right. Yeah, I can share this. So anyway, the joys of Java. Hold on. Yeah. That's the right place. Alright. Let's see. Short term, let's just... How did you know? Also, how do I accept that autocomplete? There we go. Have I typed that before? Let me also fix environment variables for the system. There we go. All right, we got Gradle. To run a build, run Gradle w task. Okay, we can run tasks. All right, so we have some options. I did have some stuff to be able to like interact with Gradle inside of Vim. I just couldn't get it to work reliably, and in fact, I think we're gonna see. I'm hoping we won't see this error. Let's try this out. So if I open a different file, yeah, I'm still getting this error to do with the language server. It doesn't seem to, like, syntax highlighting and other stuff seems to work, but I don't. Yeah, I was debating whether I was gonna use NeoVim today or use IntelliJ but Vim weren't Vim weren't blah, blah, blah. Vim won out. So here we are. How do I? Okay, we have tasks for publishing various things. We have tasks to. Is there a? Yeah, fabric tasks. Assemble, build. Is there a task to just like run it? That'd be really convenient. Just trying to get us on par with where we are at. And there we go, run client. So if we do Gradle run client, we should hopefully be where we were yesterday. Yep, the normal error, and we have a Minecraft. All right. So if we do, what is it? Particle. Same as for smart particles. Right here where we're at. Yep, there's our particle. Woo! All right, so where? Yeah, of course not. Okay, so let's figure out how to make a little bit better of a texture for our particle. Now this may still be programmer art. Let's see. So this could be pretty small. So bright. Do I have a theme? Okay. Great. That made a huge difference. Okay, so what do I even want to do? First thing I want to do is remember how to, oh, there we go. Let's zoom out. Yeah, our size is problematic. Can we? There we go. What kind of shape do we want to have here? Let's still keep it simple. Oh, that's just a line. That's not exactly what I was looking for. This is how much I use this tool. Right. This is not a vector art tool. What am I thinking of? I mean, this works. We can make something happen here. But I think I was thinking of something else that to use. What is? Wait. What am I thinking of? Oh yeah, Inkscape. Yeah, we could use Inkscape. Or I could just keep doing this and like paint something in. yeah, let's just keep on doing this. Do we have transparency here? I guess I could have started with a transparent layer, huh? No. There we go. Does that do what I want? I don't know. We're gonna get there. Okay. No, I think what I just did not do the thing I wanted it to do. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, honestly, let's just start from the beginning. All right. So we're gonna. I did kind of like that grayish border. I don't know how that's gonna actually turn out when we actually put it in game, but we're gonna start with kind of this diamond-shaped particle. Is it good? I don't know. Just gonna go with it. And go bigger size. Too big. Yeah, I mostly use this tool, Krita, for when I'm making the thumbnails for some of the VODs I put on YouTube. Like for the Minecraft playthrough. So that's mostly cutting and pasting and that sort of thing. Is my level of experience with this tool. And, you know, using things like GIMP and a little bit of Photoshop long ago. Okay, so let's say that this was good. Now, is it in client or is it in main? I think it's in main. Assets, particle, no, textures, particle. Can we have a PNG? Yep. You can only save grayscale and RGB images to PNG. Can you not have transparent? Confused. Yeah. Why couldn't it save the last structure I was in? Sparkles. Okay, alright. Cool. Export. What do you mean? Just doing something off screen really quick. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So what else are we gonna do? Just doing some Googling right here on my other screen. Yeah, okay. Save as. PNG. Okay, you can only save grayscale and RGB images to PNG. What does it mean? RGB alpha, yes. Yes, it is. You know. See, I'm looking at this article from a year ago, and it shows a dialogue with options when you're saving the PNG, but I get no such dialogue, so what happened? I don't know. Let's see. New. Oh, great. 16 by 16. Okay. Perfect. What if I were to just copy this and paste this over into GIMP? Nope, doesn't like that. Copy layer. There's no image data in the clipboard to paste. Yay, software incompatibilities. Maybe I should have used Inkscape. I feel like this would not have been a problem. Oh, interesting. So if I open a file, it remembers the last folder. Ugh. Just can't win. SRC, main, resources, assets. What can I save this as? Hold on. I mean, I would think that export would work. Why would it default to the create a document if I'm exporting? So, like I said, mostly editing thumbnails with this tool. Alright, what does Reddit have to say? You should choose export. Choose PNG as file type. A pop-up will appear, but it doesn't. Export. That doesn't look like an export to me. That looks like a save. Why must things be so difficult? Yeah. Alright, where did the open dialog go? Oh, no, I was just taking a minute. Alright, then we do this dance again. Document, save ins first mod template thingy. So if we open this file, so beautiful. Okay, so amazing. Okay, so that was unnecessarily painful. Let's see. So for this sort of thing, I think we just hit F3T. And then if we do this, nope, still doesn't work. It should have. Assuming we did actually save. So if we open the file again, yeah, sparkles.png, it's there. Okay, let's close it. The document sparkles has been modified. What do you mean? Cancel. Okay, you mean that one. Got it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ugh, so strange. Obviously, I had just saved it, so what? Okay. So that should have taken effect. Unless, oh yeah, so maybe not, because there's a run folder that's hidden in this that I think everything got copied into. I wonder. Good. Gradle W tasks. Is there one to update the run folder with like the resources? Maybe just build. Or assemble. Okay. So now, let's see if this did anything. Otherwise, we can. Hey, and that doesn't look so bad. Can we spawn multiple particles? What is how does the particle command work? There we go. 1, 5. How do you work? Okay. How about a wiki? Let's bring a web browser over here. Okay, so Minecraft particle command. I guess our next step is going to be to make our custom command spawn particles. But might as well get it sorted out here first. Okay, so particle name, position delta, speed count. So what is delta? Specifies spawn multiply. Okay, so like 111 is a thing. No, then we have to specify other values if we do it that way. Must be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, something happened. What if we spawn 100? There we go. Great. Perfect. Almost looking good. We need to clean up that border around. Yay, programmer art. Alright, so that actually looks kind of cool. You know, quantity has a quality all its own, as someone once wrote. Alright, so yeah. Alright. So somewhere we have a command. Also, would love to know how to get rid of that error. Oh, this is client. I was maybe already in the right place? No, I didn't have that open. You know what's faster? What is the, hold on, space? It's space, isn't it? For the quick find. So first mod. So that's all the mix-in stuff. Was it this one right here? It was this one right here. All right, and again with the error. Is that from the Lua LSP? Maybe we could just turn that off. All right, so we had a command that we created like several weeks ago at this point that has, we were just putting in the console some text. And we can see that here if we do sparkles. See, we get some text. But what if we spawned actual particles? Right? Yeah, that one. I have to unlearn hitting tab to accept the autocomplete because that doesn't work. Okay. of maybe, except for that right there. You know what might be good if I continue to use NeoVim would be an extension that actually shows the key presses I'm doing. Because otherwise this is going to be just magical looking. NeoVim screencast plugin. I mean, that's typically what's referred to the show keystrokes. There we go. Yeah, like that. Although, this is illustrative of what you would see, just a bunch of J's and K's. Well, put a pin in that. That might be something to think about doing. If we continue using NeoVim. So anyway, so add particle. How do I do anything? how do I look up that? Let's see. Okay. Okay. No. Diagnostic quick fix Windows UI search. Command history, switch buffer, find files. Go to symbol. Nope. Okay. I might switch back to IntelliJ until I figure out more of what things do. I guess in the meantime, what we could do is somewhere I have a tab, somewhere I have a window. Here it is. Here we go. And we can look up the docs for Fabric. Fabric. What are we trying to do? Player world, add particle. Player. Wait. Don't I have a. Here, this is particle tutorial. Ooh, so bright. I mean, this shows creating the particle. Yeah, and this is what we've been doing. But let's see. Fabric mod. Spawn particle at player location. This is from forever ago, and it's probably not going to be applicable, and not really what I'm looking for. You know, it'd be what I really want to do is I just want to look at the API for add particle. So bailing out of that, and we're gonna open up IntelliJ. Sorry. Why Minecraft? All right. Good. Plugin updated. It was an attempt. I'm not giving up on Vim, but I need to make a little bit of progress here. A little bit more progress. Okay, so add particle. We have parameters. We have XYZ and velocity. We also have always spawn. I'm just kind of curious. So what I was thinking about was, is there a version of the method that's similar to the command where you can give it a number? Or do we need to call this multiple times? Right? Although what is... So particle effect is an interface that presumably... Does default particle type implement particle effect? It does. Cool. So, if we give it a little bit of negative velocity in the Y, that could be interesting. Also, do we not format automatically? Can we format automatically on save? Wait, I saw something there. Formatter. Code style. General formatter. Do not format. Okay. Cool. Kotlin. General. Just looking for the format on save option, like VS Code has. I've spent too many years in VS Code. Can you tell? And not enough time typing the word format, apparently. Yeah. Editor. Actions on save. Oh, yes. Reformat code. What does rearrange code mean? Interesting. Let's just turn all those things on and save. Alright, well, we were already formatted anyway. Okay, so let us run Minecraft. Oh. And that's the end of the coffee. Alright, back into the world. So we're going to try running our sparkles command. And we should get some actual sparkles. Nope. Guess not. Let's try with no velocity. Maybe we're doing something wrong here. Let's see. First of all, move this up here. Does this return something? No, it's void. Let's confirm that we are changing the code that's... Or no, do we need to run a build? what do we need to do to actually... Okay, that's that. Build successful. Okay, so if I do this, okay, the text didn't change either. Yeah. Okay, we'll just we'll click that button instead. Which yeah, so that stops Minecraft, and we'll restart it. I was thinking there was something that was supposed to make it so that we could essentially hot load in as long as we're just modifying. All right, but this is, I don't know. Maybe this is not something that would be updatable that way, because this is inside of a Lambda that's registered during initialization. Perhaps. Oh, there's Minecraft. Okay, so things we changed since the last attempt. We added an additional little bit of text so that we could see that something had changed, and we also removed the velocity. But I don't see our particle, so I suspect something's wrong. We have four things here, but no particle appearing. So what's up with that? Let's see. So the first thing I want to do maybe is, can we extract a method? Why is there not? I mean, okay, sure. What does this do? Okay, sure. Spawn particles for player. So what are we doing wrong here? I don't think, well, we can look at the particle example mod and see. I don't know that this part was actually in the example. No, it just registers it. It doesn't actually do anything with it in this example. So I think we're done with this tutorial. But what we can do is head over to GitHub, and we're gonna just see what other people have done. Maybe. I thought I clicked, okay. I clicked it, but it didn't. So that's interesting. So, Kotlin. Interesting. Always spawn. All right, so there's another version of the method that takes a boolean there. So if we do that, let's also restart. Now that I've extracted out this method, do we think that I'll be able to like rebuild, and this will, like, changes will take effect without having to restart the client? guess we'll find out here in a minute. We can test that specifically by changing the text or something. Once we see, does this work at all? Sparkles. So we don't see an effect, which is unfortunate. So just adding the boolean, always spawn true, did not seem to do anything. But let's revert the number of particles. So I don't think that will take effect. But if we were to build, is that some classes have been changed. Reload change classes now. Yes. One class reloaded. And we only have 3. So that works. Still no particles though. But we'll get there hopefully. But at least now we don't have to stop and start the Minecraft client over and over again. Okay, so why don't you work? What is a particle effect? It has a type. Should always spawn. Get codec, yada yada yada. Okay. So why doesn't this work? What are we missing? Let's we don't necessarily need to narrow our focus just down to Kotlin. In fact, let's look at Java instead. What is get particle X here? That's interesting. So what are these values? Let's find out. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Can we just log it. Yeah, but at, there you go. Okay. And then okay, one class reloaded. So, spawn particles for my player at 9, -60, 13. That seems odd. No, that's right. Those are the coordinates that I'm at. Okay. Can we, what is it? F3, escape? No, I didn't want to pause. F3 and, wait, where's the key? P? There we go. Alright, so then should be able to maybe split screen this. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, sparkles. See, like we should see something, but we don't. What's up with that? What if we just, okay, sure, 1.0, 1.0, 1.0. Build that. And nothing happens. Fine. So picky. Right. So tell it to rebuild. Okay, so nope. Where is 0, 0? Whoever I am, right? Oops. 0, 0, 0. Right? So, like, particle should spawn. Nope. Okay. So, well, what else are we doing wrong? Interesting. Yeah, but we're already doing that. What else do you have for us, VS Code? The same thing again. Copilot, I mean. Yeah. Not helpful. Alright, so back to GitHub. Let's see what other people are doing. Hey, look. Here's an example. Is this using Fabric, though? It is. Is this something where we have to... right, maybe... Yeah, so I've seen some of this before in some tutorials or in Fabric. So SDC is server to client, right? So this is like registering packets. I was kind of hoping I'm kind of hoping that we don't need to do all of this just to spawn a particle. But maybe we do. Right, so this is registering this read method. And then when this happens... Okay, let's try something else. A little different. Instead of trying to do this here, take this out. I'll leave the log line in, that's fine. Client? There it is. Saban's first mod client. Okay, so what other methods do we have on client mod initializer? What other... Okay, so this is client... Right, this is client mod initializer. What other things... I guess we need to register. Okay, so register when the player joins. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But except no, because this is a server event. What can we listen for on the client? Basically, I want to do something on the client side that well, back to the Fabric docs. Okay, this is sorted now. And we don't need that. Mining levels, interesting. Blocks, data gen, all things I want to eventually get to doing. Let's see, items, registry, development tools, conventions. Command examples might be good. Events, listening to events. Status effect, adding a particle. Already done that. List of useful tutorials. Okay. So, command examples here. Okay. So it's interesting, right? So definitely the server can just interact with the player in certain ways without having to like deal with packets and stuff we were looking at in that other example code. So, but is it possible to actually spawn a particle in the way that we were trying? And if so, what am I doing wrong? Okay, Fabric API events. Network events, world events, looting events, registry events, player client. Not a lot client side listed here anyway. Okay, so let's try Fabric spawn particle. Yeah. In server. Class. Oh, hey, look, here's modding by Cop and Joe. Yeah. You can spawn them only from client thread. This is from 2015, but may still be true. Let's do this. So I just want to test something. So events, event index. Ooh. Screen events, tool, tip, callback, client tick events. We're not going to spawn a particle every tick, so let's not do that. I mean, we have client started. We could, every time a chunk is loaded. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. So first of all, what is players here? Nothing. It's not a thing. Yeah, I guess. Do we need? Let's say we were to spawn a particle, sparkle particle at 0, 0, 0. So, yeah, I didn't think that was a thing. What is a world chunk? Can we get at the world? Yes. Yes. Perfect. Is this a good idea? No. So we're going to spawn... Every time a chunk loads, we'll spawn a particle at 0, 0, 0. That should be interesting. And the point of this is just to see that we can actually have the game add a particle. Yeah, restart. Can't hot swap that. Just to see that it works. In a, programmatically rendering, adding the particle into the world. And then we have to figure out how to get the server to tell the client to spawn the particle, assuming that is what's going on here. Which I could be wrong about why this was not working before, but it seems like this is the way to do it. Alright, so we are roughly at 0, 0. I don't see our... Oh, there it is. Oh, there it was. Yeah. Is that 0, 0? Roughly? Oh yeah, we have a log somewhere, right? It's logging create particle. Okay, we can get rid of that. But yeah, so we can spawn particles. It just has to happen inside of the client. So we're not going to do this, but I guess what we need to do is have some way of the server telling the client, hey, you should spawn a particle. Or, so let's take a step back, or two, or several. What we were trying to do in the first place. Let's see, so, alright, so we had two things that were, let me refresh this, but I don't think this has changed. Yeah. Two things that I thought would be cool, kind of first things to do for a mod. For, just like learning how to mod with Fabric and, try things out. Until, we know a little bit more and get a better idea of what we're doing and what the possibilities are. So one was to make a command that spawns particles, and we've got bits of that. We have a command, we have particles, we just got to get them together. And then, but the point of that was really to, I mean, it's nice to figure out how to do commands. You see that in a lot of mods. A lot of mods have like custom commands for doing things. And then the second idea is more of a thing that you would actually do in like a mod. Like you're making a magic mod. So you want to make a wand, and the wand does something, and part of it doing things is it, shows some particles that it's doing the thing that it's doing, right? So there's actually, like, in each of these, there's a bunch of things we need to do. So we figured out particles, sort of, figured out commands. I think it's going to make sense to actually get those things connected together, because like the server client communication that it seems that we need to do for this, which I was not anticipating, probably will want to have sorted out for this one, because we're going to want to figure out how to understand when, like, we're going to make a custom item for the second item, for the second task here, and we're going to want to have that interaction sent to the server, and the server is going to do something. So I guess I don't know if I don't know how that works. So let's go back to this. Ooh, so bright. Event index. How do we know when? Okay, here we go. Players. Attack block callback. Player break callback. Use entity callback. Use item callback when right-clicking using an item. So this is probably what we want to listen to. And then maybe the particle effects are something that we do purely client-side when it's used. I mean, The other way would be like using the item. Is this? I don't know. Is this something that's? I don't know. I just don't know. But what we can do. We're gonna get rid of this log line. We're gonna leave the command in place. It's not hurting anything. We are going to leave the server stuff, and then we're gonna come over here to the client. And I think the next step is for us to make an item. So we're gonna make a wand. Gonna try to make a wand, and I'm gonna use this tool that I've never used before. Well, I've opened this once, and I've seen it in a couple of videos being used. So we're gonna make a Java block item. Yeah. We don't need to do animations. Use gecko lib to animate models. Sure. All right, so this is gonna be the sparkle wand. And sure. Now this is, again, going to be really fun. Okay, middle mouse. Shift middle mouse. Okay. Good. Zoom in, zoom out with mouse wheel. We can select with left click and drag. Right click and drag does nothing. Right click opens that. Okay, you could open a reference image. We don't have any of those things. Okay, so we are going to add a cube This is going to be real good. What does a 1 look like? Okay, so can we... How do I resize you? Not like that. Move, resize. There we go. Behold the wand. Job done, right? Maybe a little long. Textures? I don't have those. Yeah. Transparency? No. Confirm. Great. Brilliant. Oh good, we can zoom in over here too. We get a nice little unwrapped texture for free. Alright, can we... Great. Okay, so let us... You know what I really should do? I should pin the folder that I'm working in. Let's see. Save, no, documents. Save as first mod template. And... How do I? Not like that. I guess I gotta go from here. Pin to quick access. There we go. Alright, that'll save us a few clicks. SRC. Main. Resources. Assets. Let's see. How do we work? Okay, so... Textures. Sparkle1.png. We'll figure out exactly what the folder should look like. Can we edit in Blockbench? We can. Oh, look at that. Okay, this is more capable than I thought. Oh, look, we can just do this. Can we see what that looks like? Texture? Maybe we need to save. Yeah. All right, and then which? Okay, that's up. All right, so programmer art at its finest. We could be. We could use a different color. We could do all sorts of things, but this is... Maybe it should be white? There. It should not be absolutely black for the body, though. That would be kind of weird. Oops. All right, how do we erase? There's an eraser. Go figure. All right. Okay. Yep. Save it as a both. Sure. So we'll save that here, and then the that there. Okay. So, what does that get us? Well, let's see here. So we, can I look at project files? There we go. Main, resources, assets. I think it's supposed to be like an items folder. Hold on. Let's reorg this a little bit. Minecraft, Java, custom item. Oh yeah, resource pack? Is that custom items? Yeah, lots of videos, lots of things. This is all based on kind of the resource pack structure, isn't it? Just imagine that I actually know what I'm talking about. I'm looking for like the wiki. Maybe I should have said wiki. Models. Blocks, use a block state. Each item has an item model and assets Minecraft models item. So I think it works the same way. Models. Why would you do... What just happened? Okay, can we... Oh, I see. We were inside of external libraries. Okay, great. So, and then folder, or directory, whatever you want to call it, item. Great. Okay, so we have sparkle1.json. Okay, and that should be maybe an item. No, I don't. What is this doing? I don't know. And then we have a texture. For blocker item textures function. Yes. Atlases. Okay. Fonts, text, analysis, models. Okay, I think... Wait. Sure. You know what? We have a tutorial, a Fabric tutorial for... Was there one? Did I have one open for adding items? We could actually just follow a tutorial. Command examples. Mining levels. No, I had one for blocks. Yeah. I don't think there was there one for adding an item? Yeah. Adding an item. All right. What am I missing? Obviously, we need to do all the registration stuff still in code. So, here's the part that I was trying to get clarification on. Okay, so mod ID and then models item, custom item.json, and then mod ID textures item. So, okay, this singular in both places, whereas this was particles, and this was particle. So we have textures item sparkle1.png. We have sparkle1.json. Textures sparkle wand. Okay, cool. So now, maybe this is all good. So we're going to go to the main mod initializer, and we're going to make a, let's see, what is this? Val sparkle wand item. We don't use new in Kotlin, do we? Okay, what kind of item? Net.minecraft.item? If only the imports were shown in the tutorial, then we'd know for sure. But we're gonna guess. And this is gonna be fabric item settings, apparently. Ooh, we can give it a group. I guess it'll go on MISC. Okay, and then in our initialization, we're gonna register this. I think we're not doing an underscore. You gotta watch that pluralization too. Okay, sparkle wand item, check. What's this complaining about? Could be private, but it's not going to be private. I'm be referring to it elsewhere. Okay, so identifier mod ID and then sparkle wand. And yeah, so now that exists. What's the error? Right. In fact, I'm gonna, first of all, that's not right. Right, and this is not right either. Registries.item. That's right. But I do want to be consistent with naming. If we're not putting an underscore here, then let's not put an underscore there. And then no underscore there. And what's the problem? Unresolved. Okay. Unresolved reference group. An item group. Is that not a thing? It was so believable, though. I know I've seen something like that, but I guess just not there. Yeah, you could do all that, sure. Is there... Oh, here we go. We could make an item class. We could do various things. And we may want to do that. I think that's maybe how we can tie in our particle effect. So we'll come back to that. Let's first restart Minecraft. And we're going to see if we can give ourselves the sparkle wand. Oh boy. Still generating particles. So give me statements for small. Okay. Oops. I mean, that looks so... What is the skin? I see. It's whatever skin someone who has the name player 33 has. Anyway, okay. So we have an item. I feel like that should be the other way around. It's upside down, but also holding it doesn't seem quite right. Like we should... Okay. Do we still have block bench? We do. Can we... position size pivot point. What is the pivot point? What does it mean? Okay, that's the pivot point. Can we... Let's see. Y is this way? Not quite all the way at the bottom. Maybe like there. If we save that, check. And then we go over here, and we F3T. Does that refresh? Maybe not. I think we might have to also build. Just to copy the resources to the run folder. Okay, and then if I F3T. Okay, that didn't change the holding position. So maybe there's something else we need to do that. Or maybe that's not what... Well, I guess pivot point is really just for us rotating. Like if we rotate, we pivot around there. Toggle more options. All right, cool. Rotation, center pivot, size, position, view mode, sure, preview, screenshot model, preview scene, Minecraft player. Okay. Can we see a preview of this being held as an item? That would be very helpful. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's go with none. Save angle. What does that do? Orthographic. What does it do? Did that change anything in the JSON? No. Okay, just curious. I mean, I guess if we want to... Could we just rotate this around and then move it up and just, like, do this? What if we did something like this? I don't know. Let's rebuild and see if that's affected anything in the game. All right. I'm hoping we can get something. Let's see. We'll see. I need to take a break here pretty soon, but let's see. F3T. Okay. So that did nothing. It did nothing because I'm looking at the wrong file. So here's this file. So let's move this into here. We're going to refactor. We're going to overwrite. we're going to change. Can we change where the save project as? Here we go. Save. Yes. Can we change where we're saving? Save model. Sure. Edit. Can we change where we're saving the edits? Nope. Project? Nope. Preferences, settings. Tools. Okay. Well, wait. What does this do? Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So, found the problem. First problem is we're saving the JSON to the wrong place. So we've changed a bunch of things. Let's see if what that does. So let's see. I think so. First of all, let's see. Can we just F3T? Okay, no, I didn't think so. We do need to build here first. Great. And now this should hopefully change something. Something should be changed. Okay. I mean, that seems fine. Yeah. Oh. There we go. I see. For some reason, I thought I was in like I was in this view, but no, this character has a face. All right, great. I think. Well, that's interesting. So, if we save this, and we go back here, grab that, and put it back into the right place. Yes, yes, yes. Let's do it. Run this. Build. Okay, we're gonna accelerate a little bit, hopefully. And we've learned so much today. F3T. Did that good? It's a little bit more centered now, although that's also. I wish we could. I don't know that I like the Z fighting. It's kind of cool. It's kind of like in the player's hand, like that. I guess it's fine. No, I kind of liked it the other way. I guess we could offset it a little bit too. Which way do we need to offset it to be not quite so in the hands? I wish there was a. There probably is, right? View mode, preview scene. No. You would think. Anyway, okay, so. Right, and then build. And then we're gonna quickly move on from this modeling thing to let's see, F3T. We're gonna implement the item. There we go. That's okay. We can live with that. We're gonna do this item class thing, and then we're going to take a little break and come back for some web dev stuff. Okay, so where are we gonna put this item? So we're gonna put it in here, right? We're gonna create a new Kotlin class. It's gonna be sparkle wand item. Yeah, sure. And this. How do we inherit? Oh yeah, it's a colon, right? Extends item. Yep, that's the right one. And then, so when we use the item, let's see. So, a couple things that come to mind here. So, first of all, in client, there's a thing we do. Nope, there's not a thing we do. There is a thing we could be doing, though. So, let's say handle item use on the client. Yeah, that looks like a thing. Okay, so that is the wrong thing. Good try, but so if we are on the client, then we're going to spawn particles where the player is. It'd be really cool if this could actually work. Let's see. What does that mean? Okay, cool. Great. What's it complaining about now? Typed action result is not a thing that exists. Now it is. Item stack is probably a thing that is not imported. Now it is. How about hands and all the other things? Import hands, import player entity, import world. Okay, no more errors in this file. This might actually work. We just need to do this, yeah? And then, yep, there. And then, ooh, fabric settings. Fabric item settings dot max count 1. Great. And there's a bunch of other things we could do with items, but I'm really gonna hope that let's restart Minecraft. I'm gonna really hope that this is just gonna work, and we'll see. So what do we do here? Okay, we are wherever the user is. When they use the wand, particle will spawn. Right? That is what we're aiming for. I'm gonna go ahead and close this down. We're done with this. A new version is ready to be installed. Cool. All right, into the world. Now, this item that we're holding in our hand, I don't know if it has all of the, let's see. So if we give ourselves a wand. Oh. Is this doing anything? We saw particles, but that was from the chunk load event thing. Oh, right. We need to right click. Look. Now, things we would want to do here is maybe like have the particle start from like where the wand is, like from our hand, and then shoot outwards. So that is something we can work on next time. But hey, we have some derpy particles coming from a derpy wand. Wait, hold on. Also, oh, isn't wasn't the end supposed to also be colored? Did we color the wrong end? Okay, well, it's opportunities for improvements in the future. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break, get some water, and stretch my legs, and then we'll be back for some work on Daily Jewel. So BRB. All right, I am back. Let's pull some things up here. Let's switch over to this scene. Get VS Code started. Get the right project opened. We're working on Daily Jewel. I think everything should be merged back to main now. Let's see. So many tabs. Yeah, this was merged. That wasn't the last. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't even do anything in Daily Jewel last week, did we? We got sucked into NeoVim setup stuff in the second half. Alright, so we are... What pull requests do we have? Lots of things that want to be updated. I might do that at some point. Okay, so we're all caught up. Something I've been looking at over the weekend is Bun. And seeing what that's all about. Hearing some really interesting things about, you know, speediness of things. So I might check that out at some point. I'm not quite ready to. We might, if we lack anything else to do, we might play around with the test runner. I have been looking at alternatives from the setup that we currently have. But yeah, I think the first thing we're going to work on today is this issue that the quick add feature is broken. And so the quick add feature is supposed to be a thing where you can go into the app. And oh, I'm still logged in. That's nice. So you click quick add, and instead of having to look up a food item or multiple food items, whatever, you can click quick add, and there's supposed to be a thing where you can fill in, like, this is how many calories and maybe like macros, as in macronutrients, and then many extensions need reloads. But then it just saves it as kind of a non-specific item with those details. So that shows up in your diary. So you're tracking things even if maybe you can't find the food item, or it's something you don't want to enter in all the details as a thing. For various reasons, such as currently there's not a way to add custom food items in Daily Jewel. But yeah. So anyway, why doesn't it work is the question. And I don't know. So if I hit quick add, we just get invalid meal. There's no... Let's see here. So, if we refresh here, we see we're using the get user settings tRPC procedure, and it's responding with some data, including meals. And we're supposed to be adding something to meal 1. And there is a meal 1. So why does it say invalid meal? So, where is invalid meal coming from? It's coming from right here. It's if meal ID is not a number, then an invalid meal. So we failed to parse params.meal ID, apparently. Also, let's say we're working on a new branch for this issue. Okay, so why is meal ID? So params here is coming from React Router, right? So our routes. Here's the client-side router. That's supposed to be sending us to there. I see. So in the route, it's just called meal. But in here, we are referring to meal ID. Whoops. Okay, so that was easy. I think it should work now. Right, so all of this was stuff that we added as part of our conversion away from Next.js. So we needed a way to like route, to choose which things to show to the user. So we could look at code splitting. That was something we were trying to improve, was like our bundle size last time around. Right, so we were using yeah, here we go. I think this is basically where we're at. I guess we could analyze again. So this is pagespeed.web.dev. And 3 seconds to first contentful paint. Reduce unused JavaScript. Eliminate render blocking resources. Accessibility best practices, SEO. Yeah, we don't have a robots file. Yeah, 3 seconds just to have content show is... It's what it is. We could probably do things to improve that without having to, like, switch back to Next.js or do something else that extreme. But yeah, so we can see here, you know, so we have several bundles. Because we're essentially manually controlling. Let's see, what file is that in? It's in the Vite config, yeah. So we're manually chunking out based on our dependencies. What we could do instead, potentially, is if we do this code like what React Router suggests in terms of code splitting and using lazy. We could potentially do that and then take out the manual chunks. Basically, like this whole thing, the whole build settings. And maybe Vite would do something nice for us. So oh, I see I have all the history from the other. Okay, great. Can we... This is what we're using before to kind of visualize our bundle size. Did we need to, I think it... Yeah, it's running Vite as well. Okay, so we should be able to run this again. If we were in the right folder, I think, is the issue. Client. As I recall from 2 weeks ago, we made a lot of improvements in this. But potentially we could see some more improvements if we had those asynchronous imports in our routes. Maybe. Here we go. So this is where we're at right now. So you can see we have kind of a general depths bundle, and then we have the kind of the core assets of the application. Some of the material UI stuff, like icons, has snuck its way in, but it's mostly our stuff. Some Day.js stuff is in there that maybe shouldn't be. So that main file is gzipped 58 kilobytes. And then we have all of our React related stuff, and then we have MUI and just general depths. And it seemed like most of this stuff we were using either directly or indirectly. So like there's no place where we're referring to focus trap, but this is, I think, used by other components. So I think the kind of the dead code elimination stuff is working properly here. But I wonder if we could use lazy here. Right, so this is a default export, right? Yeah. Right, so here we're importing settings. So instead of doing this, if we did, let's see, let's look at the example. Route and then lazy. What is the error here? Promise type of thing is not assignable to type. That. Then, okay, does that make you happy? Default here is the settings component. Type, returning a promise, not assignable to lazy route function. Okay. See the lazy documentation for more details. Wait. Import A. Then in your lazy route modules, export the properties you want defined for the route. Loader component error boundary. I see. Okay. Right. So what you're really saying is I need to do that. So now, let's remove the to-do. So now we're not importing settings directly. We're asynchronously loading it. So if we were to go back here, and let's just remove all of this, all of our hard work from 2 weeks ago, and rerun the bundle visualizer, what is that going to look like? So we got a settings.js, which just has a slice of things, and we have everything else. So this is more like how it originally was before we manually split out things. So I think if we continue down this path, we could potentially get some nicer bundles. So I'm curious what happens if we do this. Lazy. Can we just do it 2 places? And get rid of that import. What does this look like? Yeah, and its suggestion here is exactly what we're doing now. So, yeah, look at that. So before, what we essentially did was we took option 2 and tried to use manual chunks. And that improved things, but I think we can get better. So you can see now we have a settings. And a diary. How far do we go on this? I don't know. We can see where we go. So dashboard. And in fact, here, let's do this. Function lazy component. Lazy module name. Name, the string. Yeah, something like that, but not quite. It's a good try. Yeah, so we are going to return a function here, and we're going to say const module equals that. I mean, I guess we can just, this can be async, and then we can await. Yep, and then what we really want to do is we want to return component, like that. Yep, and then that allows us to just do, I mean, that's a good try, Copilot, but not quite what I wanted. All right. Yeah, because this is any. Can you... What is Copilot gonna... You know, I've only tried using the fix thing a couple times, and yeah, it's nonsense. Get out of here. So wait a second. So this import here, what does this return? Like, what is M in this context? It's a type of the module. Okay. So wait a second. Promise any. Why is this Oh, right, because we're dynamically calculate. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna take this. That's not gonna improve the situation, unfortunately. I think because when we are doing import and specifying the name here, okay, so I think this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this, and it's gonna be, yep. No, that's not gonna help us. I think we're just gonna have to just embrace the Annie. Yeah, I know. It's not great, but I don't have a way of solving that off the top of my head. Is it setting or settings? It is settings. All right, and then diary. And then BC calc. Lazy. so I think I'm going to leave that as is. All right, let's see what this does to our bundle. Interesting. Right, so we're returning a function there. So why did this seem to like completely undo? We no longer have, so like before we had separate output assets, and now we don't have any. What happened? So let's take a couple steps back. So what was I doing here that was different? Okay, so I mean this is still, so this is a function returning a promise. This is also a function returning a promise. Module.default of the component. We are waiting for this promise to be resolved to then create this object inside of a promise, which is returned to lazy. Returned when lazy calls this function. It gets a promise back, it waits for it to resolve, it's resolved to this object. And that's what we're doing here. I guess let's or were we? Wait. How was this before? No, we were returning. Okay, well. We don't need that async there anymore. And we don't really need the braces there. And we don't really need, in other words, we can make it look like the other code we had before. By just doing this and that. Okay. So this is identical to what we were doing before. It's just in a function that we're calling to produce the same function. Yes. Now, is it something to do with the syntax that caused it to not work right and split out the individual bundles? Nope. Or is it something to do with the size of the splits? Or something else? Right, so this is what we had before. Except, oh right, no, except, okay, there we go, okay. Yeah, that's good. Right, so this is the same, like this should be identical to what we had before, but does it behave differently? Like, my question is it because we've converted all of these to be asynchronous imports that It's just giving up? Nope. Okay, it's something about having the imports inside of this. That's changed the behavior. Or something. I don't know. Don't like it. Okay, but we're just... If it works... At least it's not that hard to change. We just go through and duplicate the same thing over and over again, no matter how much it offends me. Just make sure not to miss anything. Alright, and then we remove the old ones. Now, of course, I'm working on this now because I think I fixed the issue with the quick add page, but we haven't really tested that. All right, so this is interesting. Yeah, little tiny modules for things, and then we get the big one. So let's run the app locally and see what it looks like. Right, we're not going to really see anything about the bundles because we're not using the bundles locally because we're using the dev server. So we're not going to be able to see that. But I guess we can at least see if we fix the quick add feature. One. Where's that coming from? Do I have a 1 in here? I do. Okay. Diary, quick add. Hey, it works again. 500 calories. 1, 2, 3. Add. 1, 2, 3. 500 kcals. Excellent. Fixed it. And we can move this to lunch. Check. Refresh and it's still in lunch. Check. All right. Well, so we have all these things that have nothing to do with the feature. I was watching a video the other day that called out something that I used to do when prepping commits that I've not done in a long time. And it's not VS Code's fault, but it's kind of VS Code's fault, which is patch adding. Can you patch add? It's not really set up to do that, is it? Let's see, what did we change? We just changed the this one line here, right? It'd be cool if you could patch add from here. There we go, stage selected ranges. Bam. Okay. I seem to have lost the line though. Didn't want that. Why? Why did this line get removed? Can I edit that there? Okay. Seems problematic. Did that work? Doesn't feel like it worked. Nope. Okay, so can we unstage this then? Stage? Unstage. So we have stage selected changes. Stage changes. Unstage all changes. Okay. And then I just want to select this line, and I want to stage that range. But it does more than that, which is unfortunate. Okay. So if we could have a good way to patch add, git add -p src router, then we could have nicer commits, huh? So I don't want to stage this. We're not changing this. We're not changing this. I want to split this. I think that's S, right? And then no, and then no, and no, and no. And then this I want to split. Okay. So maybe it's not VS Code's fault. I guess we can edit it. Nope, no we cannot. Well, I give up. So theoretically, that's what, if you care about having a nice commit history, which if you've been watching this, clearly I don't really care that much other than, oh, what happened in this stream. That's the sort of thing you might care about. But anyway, I think since we're already kind of messing with the bundling situation, we're going to continue to work on that in this branch. Also, this is not a good commit. Addresses issue with route for quick add plus bundling tweaks. I definitely don't care about line length. So we have this big index.js that has all the things. That's interesting. What does this mean? Is that what's pulled in by this bit? And this bit? Could we... Wait, let's go back to the docs for this. There was a note. Default's not a valid key. Yada, yada. All exports will spread directly on the route object unless you manually return an object from lazy. Check. So what I'm thinking here is that we can use lazy here. Copilot is trying. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something like this, except not that. How's this gonna work? So layout comes from templates. So we're gonna change that to this. And then we're not going to do this. Well, yeah, we can do something like this, except component is going to be. Let's see. Okay, let's do this. So we're going to have a block of code here, and we're going to return, or rather, we're going to say const. Yep, we're going to do that, and then we're going to return this, and then we're going to get rid of that. And are you happy with this? No. So we do need to return component, and that's that. No, that's this. All right, and then we don't need to import layout anymore. Let's see how that's affected the bundling. All right, so that's interesting. Lots of bundles. Okay, so let's carry this through to the last one, which is authenticated page. And this should be very similar, except authenticated page comes from this import. And so that's that, and then that, and that. And then we can get rid of this. And now we can get rid of this import. And so now the only thing this is importing is stuff from React Router DOM. So, and then where is this used? Right, find all references. So that's an app. So we can potentially also, interesting, that's a new button. We could look at doing more lazy importing in app. Maybe. Anyway, let's see what this has done. Okay. So, worth noting, we're not getting that error anymore. We don't have any bundles that are greater than 500 kilobytes. We do have, let's see, can we scroll back up to long ago, about half an hour ago, where we had, okay, so we had 268, 247. So, I mean, none of this is really going to reduce the total size of the stuff the client has to download. It's just distributing it out and deferring things, right? It's just deferring. I don't know that we need Cyrillic, but anyway. Definitely a lot of smaller files. Maybe it's a good thing. Let's do this. Let's commit these changes. We'll publish it. Okay. Now what are we gonna do? Well, I have a whole list of things to do. But first, let's go over to GitHub and open a pull request. And we're gonna create a pull request and enable auto merge. I guess with the way this is set up, I don't know. So the thought that just crossed my mind was to like streamline this so that we like auto do a release when things are merged. But maybe I want to like merge multiple pull requests before I push a release out. Maybe. I don't want to like have the pull request be the gate or the if you merge the pull request it immediately goes to the actual site, which is an option. You could do that. It could be kind of interesting to like auto version bump on merge and then do a deployment to like a staging server, which is something I haven't set up for this because this is a toy project. In the sense that it's not something that people are paying for. It's not something that anyone but me and people that I know are using. So, yeah. All of those caveats of why this is not a a thing that I'm overly worried about. What is Dependabot? Yeah, Tough Cookie and yeah. Yep. Yeah, request is no longer supported. Yeah, we're using Quagga for the barcode scanner, and the version that we're using is still using request. Oh well. Alright, so this build is eventually going to happen. It's happening. And then once all that checks out, then we'll push a deploy, and we'll see how it looks. Oh, this is also localhost. Okay. Here's the actual website. There we go. Let me move this out of the way. There we go. Right. So we have a backlog. Create cron GitHub action for updating TLS cert. So yeah, we do need to have our cert auto renew. Is this something I want to do on stream? I left no notes for that, but let's see. Let's take a look. So infrastructure, Docker Compose. So we have a certbot. There it is. It was collapsed. We have this certbot container that doesn't start automatically, but it can be invoked, right? So does this still work? Okay. Who do I need to be? I need to be deploy. I want to also be running in bash. All right. So things I'm not going to display on stream include GitHub access token. Why is that even there? I don't think that's needed anymore. But don't you worry about that. Let's see. Also things I'm not going to show on stream are the contents of the secrets folder. Let's see. Cat deploy.sh. This is just the same file that's here. But there is a Docker tag that is needed for the Docker Compose script, which is also, again, this is the same file that we were just looking at. That's right here. It's just the version that's copied onto the server. It uses Docker tag. I think we should be able to do like Docker compose. Nope, doesn't exist anymore. Docker compose run certbot. Is this gonna just work? I don't know. Renewing an existing certificate. Good, and it didn't display anything. Okay, so successfully received certificate. Certificate is saved. Certificate expires in December. Yep, check, check, check. All right, so if we go to the Daily Jewel website now, so we can look at the existing cert. I think this should be the one that we got when this page was loaded earlier. Maybe. Validity, not before 28 June, not after 26 September. See, it was about to expire. So if I refresh the page now, and we look at the cert, view certificate. It's old. Can we... Yeah, let's try just clearing cache. That kicks us out, and we'll reauthorize. Nope. Okay, is there something I need to do for it to security? It does not. Yeah. Not yet. Okay. So okay. So we save those things there, and Etsy, let's encrypt live dailyjewel.app. So that's, oops. Let's encrypt, yeah, so that should be in the search volume. I think we might just have to restart Nginx. That is going to happen when we do the deploy, assuming our pull request got merged, wherever it is. Yeah, it got merged. We'll make a release. Draft new release. So this is going to be v041 because this is my project and I get to make up the name, the versioning. Publish. And so this should trigger a deploy, which we'll see in GitHub Actions. Build and push release. Oh no. What did we break? Have I, let's see. Tag is needed when pushing to registry. Okay, so what broke and when? Well, it's not the actions changing out from under us because we have these pinned to specific commits. So it's something we did, presumably. file, Docker file dot front end, label, 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 image URL, label image source, image version. What's up with that? Yeah, it's totally fine. Just randomly breaks. Maybe we did something wrong. And by we, I mean me. I do tend... I have noticed when speaking on stream, I do alternate between speaking effectively about myself in the third person. I guess just I'm just trying to be inclusive. Like we're all in this together, right? How's it going, Brainless? Okay, both jobs failed for the same reason. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, we can definitely just directly run the workflow to build and push a release. But we did this 2 weeks ago, and it was fine. Doing all right, just waking up. How am I? Doing good. I guess I did wake up at 5:30, but then went back to sleep because, you know, trying to move back towards the, you know, the weekday schedule, right? That I prefer. Tried not to stay up too late last night, but yeah, doing good. Some good progress made on the Minecraft front, the making the wand item and the particle effects and that sort of stuff earlier in the stream. So that was some struggle initially, like just making a transparent PNG ended up being surprisingly difficult for the particle, but we got there. Okay, so when we did the 040 deploy, yeah, image version v040. So is there something we did differently, that I did differently in the releases? Wait, where's the new release? Didn't I just make a new release? Yeah, I know the tag. Where did it go? That might be the problem. Hold on. No caching? Okay. It is the release lost to time. Okay, draft new release. 2, apparently. Right? It's not set as a pre-release. Set as the latest release. Publish release. 042. GitHub. Are you having an issue? See, it's latest. But the releases page doesn't seem to see it. The tags are there. Uh-oh. So this is probably going to have the same issue. Oh yeah, it's all green. Also very bright. All right, is this going to fail for the same reason, or is it going to succeed this time? So yeah, so assuming, I mean, if this doesn't work, we can manually deploy. Okay, I think we didn't get this far the last time around, so it seems like this is going to work. So we're going to build those Docker images, and then it'll push. And I think this will probably restart Nginx and pick up the... maybe it does not show broken builds. So the releases aren't really tied to the... Yeah, see, 042. It just doesn't show on this page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think that page is just broken. GitHub knows it exists. But yeah, so the releases, like that functionality, is coupled to the actions kind of in a one-way manner. So like in the GitHub action, what is it called? Release. There we go. So what we have is we have this event. So basically, when we do a release or a pre-release, that triggers this workflow. So it's event driven. So no matter if this were to disappear, or if it were to fail, or if it were corrupted in any way, the releases would still happen. They're not dependent on, at least the way it's supposed to work in GitHub. The releases are not dependent at all on the workflow. It's just the other way around. It's a thought, though. All right, so we're pushing the deploy. So this is kind of wrapping up the thing we were working on before, which was both fixing the issue with the quick add feature and the bundles using lazy importing in our React router stuff. But also, this is going to update our, hopefully, restart Nginx and update the cert that's being served. And yeah, so we were able to manually renew the cert by just running this command via certbot inside of a Docker container, inside of our Docker Compose. So what I would like to do is I would like to set up a GitHub action as a cron job that every few months we'll just run that same command. Okay, so the deploy is done. So if we were to come back here, can we see that we have a new cert? Yes. There we go. Not after 9 December. All right, so these are like, let's see. So let's encrypt. How often to renew? They're valid for 90 days. You can renew. We recommend automatically renewing every 60 days. So every 60 days, we want a task to run that renews our cert. Before we do that, let's also verify here. So if we go into the diary and we click add, hey, this works again. We can add 456 calories, 987. This, of course, doesn't make any sense. But we can see 456, 987, and we can move this to like lunch. We can delete it, and that all works. All right, bug fixed. Right, so, yay. And then we're going to add a cert renew. I hope I can put hyphens in this. Also, YAML or YAML? What do we think? I'm already using YML. I'm not going to change it, but it is a thing that one could wonder about. Okay, so we're going to start with this, but it's going to be a bit different. So we're going to do renew. Let's encrypt certificate. We're not going to worry about concurrency. We are going to have workflow dispatch to like manually be able to invoke this. And then we want to schedule, not that schedule. Sure. Let's see. Cron. Every. Hold on. You know what? Wait. There's a way to do this. Run every 60 days. How does that work? How would that work? Is that runs at, oh, interesting. That's cool. Runs on the first day of the month every 2 months. Let's see, what months would those be? Can we... Let's see, cron... tool. Yeah, there we go. Next will be 11.1. So that seems good. Acquired properties, missing jobs, yes. Renew. I mean, yeah, something like that, but not quite. So what we can do is we can look at our release task. And we have... use v3 like we are over here. And we'll configure SSH. And then... we want to copy some of these things. Docker run, Docker compose, run certbot. Maybe make it run starting from something like today in a bit and every 2 months. That way, if anything fails, you know now. That is a good point. Let's see. How? Let's see. So our Docker compose for the server, it is just front end, right? Yes. Okay. So we want to do that, and then Docker compose something up dash D force recreate front end. That will force the front end container to be cycled, which apparently is necessary for the updated certs to be taken up by Nginx. So that should work. Okay, but how do we How do we cron? So we could do what, 9? Oh, you know what? No, we could do this. We could do this, but just have a different day, right? So 10 at yeah. I mean, we could do that. But if we do */2, but we just have a different day, yeah. What time is it? Also, yeah. So what? Learn more. It is UTC. Great. Yeah, me neither. Hence using something like this web tool. So time in UTC. 1822. 1830. All right. So in 8 minutes. Assuming we can get this pushed up in 8 minutes. All right. So this should be fine, right? I'm going to check out main. Pull this down. And then I'm going to push directly to main because I can. Add a cron job action for let's encrypt. Cert. Right. I had something that I needed to pull down. How about get status? Full? Okay, then why can't I push? Don't tell me I've protected main. I've protected main. I mean, maybe not a main, but I use force push. I mean, whenever you do like a rebase, which I don't do enough rebasing, because it is annoying, because then you have to force push. Add let's encrypt auto renewal. Oh wait, I have a ticket for this, don't I? Yeah, there we go. And then somewhere I have got 5 minutes. Never rebase on a shared branch? Well, define shared. I mean, I do a fair amount of like collaborative work, like either pairing or like handing off a pull request to others and handing it back and that sort of thing. So those branches are shared too. Yes. Yes. I mean, I agree you should probably not. Yeah. It gets complicated. But that's why mainly, I'll be honest, I don't do a ton of rebasing. Sometimes I do. But honestly, squash merging. Just like dump everything into the pull request and then squash it into a single commit when it gets merged into develop. because, yeah, it's just easier. You hate squash. Yeah. I mean, if you have an expectation of the level of granularity of commits in like your commit history, that is kind of like here is one isolated change. It's problematic. Yeah. Right. But honestly, it is... I mean, I get it, and I dislike the idea of losing information. But on the other hand, if you have a project that is like 5, 10, 15 years old, looking at the commit history and just having a commit per pull request is probably going to be a little bit easier to like understand, like at that bigger scope of history. I'm probably not going to care that 5 years ago, like the specific order that things were changed in. Is this... So here's a question. We have a branch that has a workflow. Why doesn't it show up here? It doesn't show up here yet. So I'm just wondering, because I've never used the schedule GitHub action setup before. I'm assuming that it needs to be in the main branch for it to actually take effect. So is it going to be in there in the next minute and change? Okay, I'm going to disable auto merge, and I'm going to... oh wait, I think I've disabled it, so I can't even override the checks here. I have... oh, there we go. All right, it's done anyway. It's fine. I was gonna say I'd sabotaged myself, but no, it's fine. So now we should have... There we go. All right, so this should trigger in about a minute. Just put this over here. Okay. I mean, that should be marked as done. Yeah, no. Who's gonna review it? I could review it myself, but that seems kind of pointless. Let's see. So we have lots of other issues to tackle. Let's see. It's 11:30. Is it gonna run? Timing UTC. Uh, 18:30, yeah? 18:30? Oh, it's now 31. Okay, let's look at the docs. GitHub Actions schedule. Okay, there's a blog post about it, and there's the actual docs. Schedule. Is this at least once? At most once? Hey, they even linked to the thing. Contact Guru. Okay. Okay. It's not looking good. You can schedule a workflow to run at specific UTC times using POSIX syntax. Scheduled workflows run on the latest commit on the default or base branch. Well, I guess, I don't know. If nothing else, we can run the workflow directly to verify that it works. And then it doesn't work. We copy pasted something wrong. What did we do wrong here? Name, run, things, env, 4 things there, 4 things there. Are we... Runs on. Shouldn't need any permissions. Can it... Okay, let's look at, what was the error again? No argument after keyword hostname in the config. So SSH user wasn't there. Or SSH host rather. So we're not seeing the secrets. So why not? Huh. Like, we've run this release workflow dispatch before, and it's worked. Oh, environment. We have to say what the environment is. This is what we're missing. All right. to git status. See, the problem was I made that commit when I was on main, so this is all out of sorts. Git stash, git reset hard. Okay, white is. That's interesting. Okay, there we go. Okay, git status ahead of main by 2 commits. Oh, hold on. There we go. Stash pop. What am I doing? The environment. Hey, I've done this before, I think, for certain. I guess we could also change the time. What do we think? 45? You know what would be really cool is if you could have Git Copilot write your commit message. Would that work? Commit message for this commit. Copilot's thinking. What is this nonsense? Okay, never mind. Worth a shot. Add environment and update time for a scheduled job. All right. So we should be able to get this in 7 minutes. But yeah, so without the production environment info, it doesn't know, because these secrets are tied to the environment. I think I can show that because the secrets will be hidden. It's like if we look at environments, here's production. Yeah. And so what you can do, what I'm not doing here because I don't have multiple environments right now, maybe I could in the future, is you can have like your workflow dispatch take the environment target as an input, and so then when you're over in actions and you want to like, I already had one open. When you're over in, oh, I didn't actually. I read this as actions, but this is actually saying active. Anyway, if you go to something that has a workflow dispatch, and if it has an input for environment, there'll be a drop down here that you can select from to target a different environment. Hey, look, the scheduled thing did happen. It just took a little bit longer than, yeah, same error though. All right, so that's a good sign. We can see that it did automatically run. Here, yeah, I can't approve it anyway. Pull request authors can't approve their own pull request. Oh. I guess we could start looking at the next thing, huh? Serving number missing on initial load of the edit consumption page. All right, if we've deployed, actually, let's look at the bundle situation. Look at all the little bundles. So we got one for authenticated page. I don't know why intersection observable was loaded. But I think at least not everything is loaded, right? So if we go to settings, yeah, then we just add settings, right? So if we click clear this and refresh, just ignore all the errors. It's because my profile isn't filled in. So there are JavaScript bundles that we are pulling in, basically for everything, but we have little, smaller anyway, bundles. What's the biggest? Index.js at 387K. So what did that do to our score here? So before we were at a 88, 100, 192. Did it drop it? Probably dropped it. Yep. Total blocking time 1.3 seconds. Script evaluation. Interesting. Well, something to work on. Right, so serving number missing on initial load, edit consumption page. So if we go to the diary, so edit consumption. So if we were to add, lots of things, but just not the thing I'm looking for. Oh, we are loading more results. Hey, look, infinite scroll does work. Let's see. No, lots of results. There we go. Yeah, 350 calories for 100 grams. Sure. It's not the actual serving size, but that is the thing I'm looking for. So, this is the problem. This should not. Oh, hey, look! There's a 1 there now. Let's see. So, what is it, like 7? No. 45? 40? 35? I think it's 35 grams. Okay, so 35 times 1 gram. So that also is wrong. Okay, so there's the bug. Why did that happen? Alright, so let's get this thing running locally. I think it's 3000. Log in. Let's check in on this. Did this... Are we still pending? Oh, 1 change. I think we missed our time, too. What does it think changed? Oh, yeah, this thing again. Alright. Accepted. Ship it. Oh. All right, it's merged. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the scheduled job run because we missed our time by a minute. But we can run it manually just to make sure it does actually work. Environment production, good. All right. Renew certificate. Okay. Renewing an existing certificate. It is received. It's saved. It expires in December. We recreated the front end. It is started. So if we go back to dailyjoule.app, it's down. It's loading. It's going to come back. We lost it. That shouldn't have happened. Whoopsie. We broke it. What does this say? Corrupted content. That looks normal to me. What does it mean? Text plain mismatch. Did we? Oh, I know what we did. Okay, so that's a problem. So before we move on, let's fix the thing that we just broke. Okay, so when we restarted the front end, by default, the Docker Compose file in infrastructure, the one that's on the server, if Docker tag isn't provided, it uses latest. Apparently latest is not latest. We probably want to actually use the Docker tag. Why, how's that going to work? And why isn't the latest image tagged latest? Or, is this, we didn't run pull? Maybe it's because we didn't run pull. But we would have run pull when we did the deploy last time. So it wouldn't be that far behind. So what we're doing in the deploy is we have this Docker tag passed to us from the action. Right, so we're passing in this information because we're doing the build of the image. Here's a question. Can we update the environment in GitHub from the action? GitHub update environment. GitHub Actions update environment variable. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, that's not going to give us the right results because there's environment variables and there are variables that are inside of environments. Environment variables. Yes, yes. Creating an environment. Can we... Or I guess what I should figure out is why latest isn't getting tagged. We probably don't. Yeah. At least this is interesting. This page is still broken. Okay, cool. But that's fine. We wanted to go to packages, front end. See, latest is there. Did I? Yeah, it's still just broken. Okay, cool. So that latest tag should also be good. 40FF9AA. Yep. So when we ran docker compose up-d, you know, this thing, and it evaluated the docker compose file, and it looked for docker tag would not have been present, so it should have used latest. And in fact, if we were to SSH onto the server, we can do like docker ps and see what's currently running. See, the front is running latest, and the back end is running v042. It's all unhealthy, apparently. Which is interesting. Docker logs. That's normal. I think our health check is not right on the back end then, maybe? Docker logs this. Okay. Like docker compose pull, if we were to do this, if we were to, let's see, sudo su, ls su deploy, cd deploy, I want to be in bash, and then we were to do docker compose pull in the right directory. I mean, obviously we're in the right directory or nothing would have happened. Yes. Oops, added a dot. Okay. So now, if I were to run this command, would this work? Would it unbreak the front end? Yay, okay. So I think if nothing else, we need to, okay, switch to main. Pull that. I guess we need to do docker compose pull as part of that command. Let's see, cert action command fix. Pull current Docker images as part of restarting front end. This is just to ensure that the image we have pulled down the latest image when we're doing these scheduled things, on the assumption that we're not doing something weird where we're deploying a non-latest version to production when this is happening, which should mostly be true. Let's see. All right, let's close that. Let me find, there we go. Another pull request. All right. So back to bug fixing. Wow, it's been 3.5 hours. Time has flown. All right, so let's see if we can figure out what's going on with this. So if we had anything, all right, here we go. Organic ginger cubes. Why is this blank? Like if you click into this and click out, it's not blank anymore. So why is it blank in the first place? I'm just gonna ignore the other issues that I have with this UI, but yeah, why is that blank initially? So if we were to click out of this, click this again. Hey, look, the UI's back. So we have an input here. It has no value. So what's happening when we click into this and then click out? So this input, okay, let's find where this is in the code. Okay, that's in the consumption component here. We have a value, raw servings. We have it on blur. So if raw servings is blank, then we take the value of servings. We do some things. So this is what's happening. So initially, this behavior should probably also happen when preparing the value that we're putting into here. And how we could do that. So I think this is going to be wrong. Whoops. But if we did something like this, I think this is going to result in inconsistent behavior, but we can try it out. Or maybe not inconsistent, but behavior that we don't want. All right, so we click plus here. If we click plus there, so look, we have a 1. If we delete the 1, we can't delete it. So we don't want that. We want to be able to delete the value. So what we really need to do is, and that's why we have raw settings in the first place, to represent the string showing the value. Wait, I think there's a better way of doing this, isn't there? Is there like a initial or default, something other default value? Yeah, I think maybe this is what we should be doing, as provided by Material UI. Right, so we can click that. We can search for, search for ginger. Click add. Nope. Both the value and the default value input elements must either be controlled or uncontrolled. So this is still going to be wrong. Maybe. Like, what we may need to do is track to see if the users interacted with the input. We're just going to keep trying things, though. Still wrong. Still complaining. Yeah. So, we definitely want to have value be raw servings. And then we're syncing the value of servings if if when the user blurs, that is when the user leaves the field. Could we... I don't like it. Don't like the way this is behaving. Also, I don't like... This is a lot. Okay, so we have raw servings here. We're keeping track of this string. Do we... Maybe we could just distinguish between an empty string versus like a null? And a null is just the uninitialized state. Which would only happen before the users interacted with it. Does this get us to where we want to be? Add to breakfast. Everyone likes crystallized ginger for breakfast, right? Okay. So that is closer. But now we have an error because... Why do we have an error? Right. Right, because now what we really want to say, if it's not equal to null. There we go. Okay, so that's one problem. The other problem was that we had changed the serving size to 1 gram, and it was not retained. So let's pay attention here on the network tab as to what's going to happen. We're going to click add. And we're gonna see some things happen. So we're fetching some data to make sure we have the right data, and then we run this add consumption procedure. And so this sends container size ID, food ID, meal ID, occurred on, and servings. So there's the servings. The container size ID maybe means something. And then we request the list of the consumption. So basically what's in the diary. And this is what comes back and we update the UI with. Hey, Lego 2 for 5 forever. You mind if I just call you Lego? How's it going? That's fine. Great. All right. So this is interesting. So we have 2 servings. Serving size 1. What does that mean in this context? I'm not exactly sure. You're good? Oh, I'm doing pretty well. Looking forward to getting some lunch in a bit. The stream has gone on a little bit longer than planned. But still enjoying getting some stuff done. Looks like we need to approve this as well. Oh, so bright. Yeah. So I need to figure this out at some point. How to get the chromatic screenshots to match or to not be inconsistent. Like we've not changed anything here. It's just like there's an animation state on this, and so it's screenshot changes each time. But yeah. Okay, so if nothing else, the other issue with the Let's Encrypt certificate It looks like it's going to mostly work. I'm not gonna run it again. I don't want to like spam Let's Encrypt. We'll have another month. Like once this fires off again in 2 months, we'll have a whole month to make sure we're doing it. And they also email you to remind you. So anyway, so let's focus on the bug. So I'm gonna actually take a screenshot of this just for reference. There we go. Great. And then, so if we look in the UI here, see, this looks right. Okay. So then if we refresh, is that still the right information? Okay. So that's interesting because we had, what have we done over here? We got these chewy bars and we did 35 times 1 gram and it gave us 35 times 100 grams. So let's try to reproduce that here. Show all results, which will fetch the data from Open Food Facts. So calling that API. Let's see if I can find the same item. This looks like it. All right, and so what I had said was 35, but not 1 serving. We'll do 1 gram because I think their serving size is wrong anyway. I'm pretty sure it's like 35 grams. And let me clear the network tab and we'll see what gets sent. I can already see this has gone wrong because I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be 2,500 grams of carbs. So what did we send to this procedure? We sent container size ID null. That's interesting. Container size ID null. Okay, so this is where we're fetching the information about the food and the meal before we send the request to add it. Do we have, so we have serving size information here, but we don't have any container sizes in this, which is interesting. So if we look at Ginger again, right, and we click this, is this, here we go. And then do we have container sizes? We do have container sizes. Okay, so I would think that what controls this drop down? Is it not driven by the container sizes coming from the back end? So let's take a look here. So we have serving size and we have, here we go, container sizes. So whatever this is coming from is telling us what we're providing. All right, and we have some logic. Okay, so we either get container sizes. So in the case of the fiber bars, we didn't get container sizes. So it defaulted to an empty array. And then if the container size doesn't contain something with a size of 1, so something that's like a 1 gram size, then we push that on there with an ID of -2. And then yeah, so like 1 gram, size 1. And then we ensure that we have 1 serving and we're using the serving size associated with the food. I guess the question is, why isn't that in this already? Maybe that's the intent, right? Container sizes are additional container sizes besides 1 serving and 1 gram. And then we have special IDs to represent these special containers. A container here is just a word that I'm using to represent the idea of an amount of food, whether that might be like a jar. Let's see, like one unit, like one package, one egg. Maybe it's not. Eggs can be different sizes, but whatever. Gets a little tricky. But yeah, so the container sizes here should have an array of sizes. And then when we update the dropdown, so on change, we call handle serving size change, which parses e.target.value. We call handle serving size change. We find the container size with the provided ID, and we set updated container. So, I'm tempted to just drop some logging or like a debug breakpoint in this. Set updated container. So that's updated container. And that is ultimately what may control what is in container. And then, okay, so when we actually send this on, okay, we have container size and ID, which is being passed to consumption actions, which behind the scenes, there's some stuff that when you click the button, it sends that data. Serving ID. So we have some magic here. If serving ID is not null, and it's greater than or equal to 0, so we're excluding, okay, so this is why those are null. So if it's one of the special negative serving IDs, we're sending the serving ID as null. And then we're sending serving size and servings to undone, which undone, I think this is getting wrapped somewhere. Anyway, somehow that's turned into like a Redux action and then network request, and yeah, here you go, through undone, wherever we're wrapping this. Doesn't matter. Okay, so switching back to the app. So when we called add consumption and we sent container size ID null, that was normal, but we have servings, but we don't have serving size here. Why didn't we have serving size? Why didn't we have serving size? All right, serving size. It's container.size, right? Container.size, and container is either updated container or the provided container, or a container size is sub-0. So one of those has container sizes. Size, all right? Sizes we're looking for one or okay, but so when we did this for the bars, we didn't select the serving size. We selected 1 gram, right? And we put 35. So yeah, container size ID should be null. Okay, I think we just have to put some breakpoints here somewhere. But where? Here, maybe? I guess it's a start. So let's do this. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna add that Shui bar again. Same deal. Clear the network tab. There we go. So we're gonna do 35, 1 gram. Okay, so before we do that though, we can look at where we called this thing to get information about the food. So we have a serving size, it's 100. That's why it's saying in this drop down why this option exists. And then it has no container sizes, so that's fine. We click, we go to over the debugger tab, we click add, we're in debugger, and what do we got? What do we got going on here? So we got a food ID, a meal ID, a serving size, servings, and a serving ID. Because it's -2, this is going to be null, right? So if we have serving size and servings, what's undone doing? Okay. Oh, we're not passing on serving size? Should we be passing on serving size? Didn't we see that in another request? Okay, so this add food to meal. Where is that? What does it do? Why does it exist? Handle add food to meal. Just ignore all the warnings. So you have servings, container size ID. We should have like a serving size. So add consumption. Okay, this calls add consumption.mutate. That was not helpful. If we hover over mutate though, we can see the type. It doesn't take a serving size. It does take a container size ID. So if we go to our procedure, yeah, it takes servings and it takes a serving size ID. Yeah, we create a consumption. I guess. How is this supposed to work? What is this supposed to do? What do the values represent? Let's see. So if we look at the model schema, there we go. For consumption. Okay. So I left some helpful comments here. Let's see if they are helpful. If null, servings is the number of servings of food.serving size. I think this is just like for backwards compatibility. If servings is not null, servings is the number of servings of container size.size. So I think the bit that we're missing here is that how do we want to fix this? Probably the thing to do is to fix how we're getting the data into the system in the first place so that we actually have the container sizes. And then we can get rid of a bunch of the special casing around, oh, well, the you know, the 1 gram size or the serving size doesn't exist. And that would be good, I think. Yeah. At some point, we do need to have the ability to have, like, oh, I have, you know, some other custom container size for the food item that I want to use, right? But for right now, I think, yeah, so how do food items get into the system? It happens through magic. Let's close some files here. Yeah, I don't want to save that. Okay, so let's, what do I have? Okay, we can get rid of that. I think I understand. We have to start with some backend changes. So I'm going to keep this. We'll see how that pans out. But let's get back on main. Pull down main. And so, where is the code that's responsible for getting food into the system? So generally that happens when you, really there's only one way, which is it's getting imported from Open Food Facts when you do a search. With the exception of quick added food items. If you quick add an item, that's a special case, but it doesn't have serving sizes or servings, nor is it findable or addable. Like, that's not a way to add a custom food item. That's not implemented yet. So, really the only way is, let's see if you look at, is it under foods? Right, so like when we find by name, right, this won't add a food item. This only searches our database for things that have already been imported. It's this find external, these two find external procedures that are going out to Open Food Facts, calling that API, getting results, and then importing that into the food table. So, and both of these, I think, go through convert food to, go through this function. I hope so. Yes. Either through create or update. So this does it like an upsert to sync the data that we find back into the database. At some point, I probably will want to control this so we don't update over like verified records. Actually, let me go ahead. Let's put that in the backlog right now. I'm gonna forget. Don't import update existing TB food items when verified equals true. This will allow us to control, like, you know, if we've vetted something and say it's good, but we don't want to like re-import over it again from Open Food Facts. And this strategy of having like a quick find and then a longer find, where the longer find does the import from the external system, was what I came up with as a solution to not have to do like bulk imports and resyncs. It's just incremental. And the way that works is that in the UI, when you search for a food item, let's just continue on. When you search for a food item, like we click add and we type in ginger, and it does this quick search results where you don't have to click, you don't have to enter, you don't have to hit the search button, you don't have to click show all results. This is just pulling from our database, even with the infinite scroll. And then it's only when you click search or hit enter that it actually does the full search that goes out to Open Food Facts. So that's how that works. But in both cases here, we run the data that we get from Open Food Facts through convert food to DB. And this is where we're like converting information about serving units from the food. We can also potentially do some other things here. So we don't annotate what we're returning here. We probably should. So what can we do here? We can provide container sizes. Is that? Yeah, hold that thought. What is this? How does Prisma work? Okay. Is this actually a thing? Can we do this way? I don't know. Let's look at the type for upsert. Okay, so we can do select subset, food upsert args, select include, where create update, food create input. We can pass container sizes, right? And then we pass create or connect or create, or create many or connect. So this would be if we're creating the food record, then the container sizes, because the container sizes are per food item, they're not shared. Like there's not a, here is a cup, a box, it's every food item has its own set of container sizes, is the model that I'm going with here. Prisma, wrong Prisma. Schema.prisma, that's it. So here we have a relation to this container sizes model, wherever it is in here. So the container size links to the food and has a label and a size. And so what we want to do is we want to say, probably what we want to do here is we want to actually, let's see, how do we want to do this? If we're doing a create, we can just do a create of the container size. And let's say that's like that. Right. So amount is wrong, but can we, yeah, here we go. So size and label, right? 1 gram, something like that. So this is, let's look at the model again. Right, so it's in food.serving_unit units. So whatever whatever the unit is that the food is, that's the amount size represents. Like one, if this is 1, it's one of these. And then we have a label. And so that's kind of in the front end, where we were looking at, boy, where even was that? Something in consumption, right? This is kind of the logic that we're doing here, that we want to reproduce in the back end, so that we're figuring this out when we're loading the data, rather than having to do it every time that the UI loads. And so that we have actual IDs for these records that the front end can pass to the back end, and then it's just all sorted out. We don't have to do it on the fly, and yeah. And then the front end gets simpler. So size is food.serving size. So this is 1 serving of food.serving size, get unit type label of this. Where is this function? Is this, okay, that's in our units. So we can use that on the back end as well. Right, so we could potentially just do something like this. And okay, FMT, where is that coming from? FMT, okay, that's our formatter. Okay, so I think we're going to need a function. I don't want to incorporate all of this into convert food to DB, because right now this doesn't know anything about Prisma, And I think I'm going to keep it that way. What we're going to do instead is going to export a function, extract food container sizes, API food, something like that. And then I'm going to take this, and we're going to take this bit. So what is target unit system? I see. Oh. So, right. So right now, what we're able to do is we're able to format the labeling for the container sizes, or the numbering, right? The numbering. That's what we're using FMT for here. In the UI, are we already showing? I have a screenshot. Are we showing somewhere in this UI maybe in the details? Nope. Okay, never mind. So we're relying on this parenthetical here to show kind of what the serving size is for all the good that's doing us. Okay, so the problem there then becomes getting right, because so we are, what is this actually doing? So get unit type label for serving unit. So what does that do? That looks up unit type, unit system from unit type labels. So like kilograms, pounds, kcals, milliliters or fluid ounces, grams or ounces. So we can't just store this kind of label in the database, because we want what we're storing to represent something that's yeah. So I don't know, we may have to change the database model to not store a label and instead just store something. Right, so instead of So a thing that I'm not tackling at all in this app that just crossed my mind is, of course, like internationalization, localization, essentially having translated labels. Yeah. And I don't know. That would be interesting. I guess we would change this to be something that is like a we can have translations of labels or something, but the main issue here, like if we didn't have this label, right, one thing that we would want is something to indicate for this food item, because the container sizes again are linked to a particular food item. This container size represents a serving. The front end already has the information about the food item, so it could be like, okay, and the serving size is this, translated into the user's preferred units. So we could do that. I don't know that we need the label here. Like if we have the size, we could just have an empty label that represents just it's that size. That's all the information about it. So then what I would do is I would probably make this nullable. And I would say this is, oh, you know what? I noticed something else. So this is, oh, no, serving unit. Yeah, and serving unit units. Yes. Is serving size. There we go. So that's what we would change there. And have to like do the schema migration and stuff. And then in utils, what would this look like? So what we want to do is we would want to turn an array where we would have just the size of 1. And then we could also say, so serving size is food dot, or sorry, size is food dot serving size. And we don't have a unit. We just have is serving size, which is true. Right? And this, I guess we could say for the label, I still want to have labels. I'm not gonna, we'll cross the bridge of translation if we want to do that. But for now, we'll say the label is serving, which more closely aligns with what I was imagining here, like cup, bowl, bag, barrel, cart, bushel, whatever, serving. And the serving is of this size, right? And rather than having a label that incorporates some numerical value, we'll have the numerical value in the size, and it'll be up to the UI to turn that into something reasonable looking. And we have this flag here, so the UI knows specifically of all the different container sizes, this one is the one that represents 1 serving. So that can be communicated to the user, like this is 1 serving. Here's how much that is, rather than just saying, in grams, ounces, milliliters, what have you. Okay, so that, something like that, right? And then what we do here in create, container sizes create, is we're going to call this onto our result. Now this is going to complain right now. Well, first because it's not imported, because we just need to import it. Okay, and this is not compatible because we've not applied the schema migration. I don't know. I used to have a task, Prisma migrate dev. I think this is just going to fail. I think this isn't. I don't know if this works anymore. Improve container size model. Oh, it did work. Cool. All right, and now that doesn't complain anymore. It's types are good. Wow, it's nearing 1 o'clock. I would like to continue on this, but I need to get some lunch. And I've also been sitting for quite a while, and unless we're going to continue for more hours, which I'm not going to because I'm going to eat lunch, this is probably a good time to stop for today, which will be good. So a thing that we will need to do handle update case for container size updates for serving size. That's the main thing, right? We wouldn't need to get, like, if the food updates, we're not going to change like the 1 gram or 1 unit size, but we would probably want to update the container size for the serving information if that were to be updated. And then update the UI to use this information instead of generating container sizes ad hoc. All right. So, let us wrap things up here. There we go. So close this. I think I have an issue that we were kind of working through here. Here it is. So I'm gonna convert to an issue here so that I can open this as a branch. There we go. And so this is what we'll pick up on in the second half of next week's coding stream. The first half of next week's coding stream will be a continuation of our work with the Fabric modding API and working on our, figuring out how to mod Minecraft. And then, I have other streams throughout the week. Check my schedule here on Twitch. The VODs for all these streams do get uploaded onto YouTube as well. Link in, well, let's see. I think I have a YouTube. There we go. Also, commands. All right. So that's going to be it for today. Thanks so much for hanging out, watching. It's greatly appreciated. We're making our way towards affiliate, as it shows down there. So yeah, thanks again. Take care. Until next time. Bye-bye.